Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry that took just a second. Things broke there for a bit, but now we're good. I'm. Wait. No. I'm not muted. Are you muted? I was screwing around with a model, and for some reason, every single thing decided to stay randomly equipped instead of, going back to how it was supposed to be. Why? No clue. I don't think it really matters, though. So, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Let's see who we have here. Good morning, Moss. Thank you for getting... Morning, Dwarf. Thank you for getting first, but then Carmia for immediately... No? Yep, Carmia stolen it. Good morning. Nap time. Oh, tired. Thank you for getting second, and then... Good morning, Sleepy. Thank you for getting third. I'll let you all find over first for a little while before I give any call-outs on it. Let's see who's all here. Good morning, Echo and Carmia, Nap Time, Infernal. Echo Infernal. Good morning, Lost Soul. I'm surprised you keep coming back. I assumed after, the TikToks being so different than the stream, you'd have been off-put a little bit. Good morning, Nings. Enjoy your water. Hello, Rika. I just woke up. Well, I hope you enjoyed waking up. Good morning, Anglade, and Aura, and Jimmets, and Nap Time, and Jupiter, and Jack. I don't know if Vanya's here yet, but good morning, Vanya, if you are. Good morning, Shiny and Gibbets. Good morning, Wicked. And I think that's everyone right now, unless somebody snuck in while I wasn't looking at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Congratulations, Carmia. Good morning, Crucified. Hello. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning, Jupiter. And there's Vanya. Good morning, Vanya. You ever wake up feeling extra emotional, where every little thing is like a thing that makes you, I don't know, feel intense emotion? This morning I was listening to a story about, not even a story, one of those, hey, I'm a person on Reddit and here's the thing I experienced in my life, which may or may not be true. And they were talking about this guy who was just very simple but very profound. How he would talk to plants when he moves them and encourages them. When he got really excited in a punk concert that chocolate milk and normal milk exists. And just all sorts of little cute things about the guy. And I was like, this is the most adorable thing I've ever experienced ever in my entire life. And it makes me happy tears that a person like this exists. Why? I don't know. I think I'm just tired. You once had a dream and woke up crying from it. Was it a good dream or a bad dream? Erica. Please, don't overwork yourself. Make sure you're getting good sleep and taking care of yourself, okay? What about tea, Crucified? Get teary-eyed at the commercial with the puppy. I used to when it involved, certain family members. Oh, shoot, I made coffee. I'll have to make tea later. Thank you for the reminder. Y'all were a bit late. I need to make some throat coat. I overstrained my vocals a little bit while singing a song that I need to do for a cover this weekend. And unfortunately, I may need to tell the person, hey, I'm going to take a little bit longer for this cover. Mm-hmm. Do you sleep with someone to hug? Mine is a Shiba plushie. I do not. I've actually thought about getting something, though. Oh, Cruisy, that sounds like a lot of fun. I hope you've been having fun with it. I think eventually I'll get myself a nice little plush. Well, that's why I have throat coat tea. Throat coat leaves a little film over your throat to kind of like, lubricate your vocal cords and helps out a lot, but, You don't need to go plushie shopping. Really? Y'all are cute, you know that? Y'all are so adorable. I really enjoy that you all have things that you love that much and that you all like singing, and yeah, the amount of creative people in this community is very impressive. Maybe it's just a thing. You see, Chat, I get worried. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There I am. So I get worried about people and skills and talents. Because so often. Hi, good morning, Fuji. How you doing? Lovely to see you, Fuji. I feel like, God, can we get a shout out for Fuji, by the way? They are a fantastic ASM artist. I would definitely suggest checking them out sometime. What was I saying? Right. I always worry about, like, it seems like we're losing skills a lot, and so many people. Oh, we lost this one. Don't want to practice anything anymore. So, I like when I see people who have all these cool skills and they like trying things and they don't give up. What do you admit to me? Wait. Oh, okay, Vanya. It's fine. We won't tell anybody. Oh, so I need a name for this world. Chat, what do you think I should call it? I need a name for the world. And, behave yourself, Crucified. It's too early for that. In the afternoon, it's fine. Beepus? Okay, we'll call it Beepus. Enjoy your working. What are you working on, if you don't mind me asking? Beepus. And now we need another one. Doggy? Oh, I do love naming a goblin, but I saw Doggy first. I named it Doggo. It's Doggo now, chat. Welcome to Doggo World. Alright, let's go through the. Oh, by the way, sorry. Good morning. I saw somebody say good morning and I didn't respond. Kakashish. Kakashish? Oh, good morning, Kakashish. How you doing? Good morning, Angelite. Oh, nap time. Alright, chat, the challenge as always. We have until 6:35. Let's go. I swear nobody checks my schedule. Weekends start at 6, chat. I'm not extra late. There's a schedule out there every week. I am late by maybe minutes. Occasionally half an hour when I sleep too long. Well, no crucified. It's not. The schedule is on Twitter and is on the schedule section of my Discord. No. Fine. I'll start adding the schedule to Twitch as well. I forgot that exists. It literally just occurred to me that that's a thing too. And I can guarantee at least every single one of you has access to Twitch. Okay, fine, I'm late by 3 minutes. You're right, but fight me, okay? Mm-hmm. No, right now. Oh, my brain has just shut off. I was gonna say something and it's gone. Anyone have any lovely plans for today? Oh, Soul, why are you in the director's office? What did you do? Alright, enjoy your legs. And enjoy your time out in the ocean. Not the ocean, the lake. River, maybe. Who knows? You'll enjoy your time wherever you are. Bye, Nikki Wiki. Sugar cane. Yum. And there we go. And this time we're not going to struggle. Bamboo, I know, right, Jimmins? This makes this one so much easier. This one's probably going to be one of our fun ones. Roro. Oh. I feel you on. Alright, enjoy the legs. I wish I could take a bee with me. I want a bee, chat. Chat, can we be bees? Chat, we can be bees, chat. Oh, this is an incredible start for this one. But I need a leash. Village, I know, right? Can you believe this start? I'm gonna run back through the jungle in a second to see if we can find some melon. That's like the easiest thing for me to handle. Good morning, Sophia. For, foods. You know what I'm just now thinking about? I'm probably the only streamer doing this fuck-ass challenge. For myself. That it's something that's exclusively unique to our weird microcosm of a stream. That's kind of interesting. Oh, just surviving underneath the ground. Having 15 minutes to start. And then immediately going underground. I fear many things are unique about this channel. That's why do you make it sound like a bad thing? You get no beds. This is honestly one of the most incredible starts. Oh, I took your job. I should get a plush or something. I think that'd be really nice. Genuinely. Is there anything negative about this stream? Success beating the game from underground as best as I could. Mm-hmm. Yes, cara mia. Cara mia. Oh, yes, it will be very difficult. I have thought about it. Good thought, good thought. There we go. Is there anything that I'm missing? Don't send me that many of one thing. Oh, hake is blocks of grain, and the grain can be turned into food. So it's just an easy way of bulk having food. Probably. It's on my list. Oh my god, Aura. Tell Fani what the thing is. The church. What about the church? Wait, where's my jungle? There's the jungle. What about the church? Have y'all been starting religions without me? Give egg. Give egg. No egg. Damn. Thank you, Gibbons. Very, very appreciated. I might just follow around chickens and see if I can get an egg. If I can find a watermelon. There we go. I don't need 2 beds. Why did I grab 2 beds? Oh, because I didn't want to allow the child to sleep. Oh, right. Wait. There's no way. That's funny. You can grow certain crops underground. Oh, Crucy, you haven't been here normally for these, have you? They just grow very, very slow. As long as you have torchlight. Eventually we'll get glowstone and make it a lot easier, but... Oh, that's fair. Yeah, so trees I have not been able to successfully grow underground yet. But bamboo you can definitely grow underground very easily. And it can be used to craft wood, or a type of wood. Cannot be turned into charcoal, unfortunately, but it does work. Oh, dang. Mushrooms would be a good idea, I'll just never find any. I apparently baptized them. Is it because I was trying to drown you? Fani, stop inhaling the baptism water. Just accept Jesus. Accept Jesus. Leon can't help you. Only the power of God can. I must purge you of your raccoon sins. We all know raccoons have the same sins. Greed, gluttony, envy, stealing pet food. Sloth. I never thought about how sinful raccoons are, actually. Enjoy, have fun. Bye, soul. God, raccoons are so sinful. Why is this weird to me? I mean, just watch what raccoons do. Good morning. It's not a late, well, it's a weekend. It is today's Saturday, right? I'm not mistaken. Today's Saturday. Thank God. Okay. Everybody keeps saying I'm late, and I'm like, but I don't want to be late. Good morning, gaming dude. How you doing? I think the only sin that raccoons don't really commit is wrath. Oh, village. Good morning, Alien. How is the world of Hyrule? Yep. Oh, that's a lot of biomes right here. Kind of crazy. I guess if you infect a raccoon with rabies, it might get wrathful. That's not really wrath, is it? Oh yeah, it is Rocket. Rocket Raccoon. Yeah, almost a shame. Not really. Not really a shame at all. Because the challenge makes it fun. Okay. I didn't know. Actually, did I eat breakfast? Oh yeah, I had a mini burger this morning for breakfast. Isn't that interesting? Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, Hoshi. How you doing, lovely? Hi, hi. Taking this map block. Because I think it's going to be funny to make maps in the underground. And what are we getting rid of? I don't need a white wool. And now it's time to go down. Good morning. Can we get a shout out for what you did? Hi, Hoshi. What were you doing? Hey, let me swap to my screen. Hi. How was stream? Did you have a good time? Did you do anything cool and fun? Did you fight anybody? Did you win? Oh, you're tired. Well, lovelies, my name is LuckyJene. I'm a gambler, a writer, a flirt, and if you hear that clicking noise behind you, it's not the noise of the basement door locking. Don't worry about it. You're totally allowed to leave at any point in time. Just not now, or later, or after that even. But eventually, you know. But yes, Oshi, and I hope you had a lovely stream. If you want to hang out for a while, please feel free to do so. Oh, Hoshi, you overwork yourself so much. You worry me. Make sure that you take some time for yourself, okay? Mm-hmm. But thank you, Apollo, I was right the first time. But yes, we're playing some hardcore Minecraft, a little Minecraft challenge. Hoshi, you make people happy just by existing. Um, you don't need to do more to make people happy. But do you know what's going to make people unhappy? If you ever get sick. If you ever get to a point where you can't stream anymore. So take your time. Take care of yourself. You are the most important thing to your stream, not the stream. You are always the most important part of your stream. Oh, wait, where is the clicker? Sorry, we'll just do a little bit of There you go. Make sure you're paying attention to me. Oh, well, that is scary. Well, this run might be over as soon as it began. I knew my luck would run out one day, chat. But Hoshi, we need to play some horror mods sometime. It'll be a lot of fun. Because I always wanted to try them, and you seem to have some experience with them, you know? Hello, pretty lean. How you doing? But also, yes, thank you for anybody who's followed. Anybody wants to hang out, feel free to do so. Really? Well, if you need an extra, you know, let me know and I'll come by. You're not allowed to escape, Bonnie. I'm sorry. You have to stay. And thank you for the follow, Tahoe. Let's see if you win this time. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Did they win, chat? Oh, there's my dork. Vanya, sit back down. Oh, I'm sorry you didn't win this time. Well, I'm glad you like my voice. I also like my voice. But yes, Hoshi, if you'd like to hang out, please feel free to do so. And if you're busy and you want to go work on some stuff and take care of yourself like you should be, please do that as well. I don't remember if I mentioned what we're doing. Chat, what we're doing is trying to survive underground. And I actually might be able to just do it here. Oh, Sophia, why'd you get sick? What happened? Is that water over there, or is that just darkness? I hate when it's just darkness. Yeah, I noticed it, but don't you worry, sweetie. It almost killed me earlier. Oh shoot, October is coming, isn't it? A whole month of various horror games. That'll be fun. You ready to get spooked, Jen? We gotta get spooky up in here. Alright, enjoy your lurks. I appreciate you coming by. Morning, Casey. Casey, I still owe you some poems. I keep remembering, and I keep having not done it. Minecraft's going very well. We had a really good start, and then I almost died. Can we get some spooky creepypasta story times? Of course. Should we make that the morning streams? No, I enjoy passing out. I can do all the gothic poems and stuff. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary, over many quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I pondered, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping upon my chamber door. "'Tis a visitor," I muttered. "Only this and nothing more." That's line off the top of my hand. Don't fight sleep. Accept sleep. Sleep is good for you. Oh, that's fun to hear, Lynx. What weapon do you need? Mask of Red Death of the Pendulum. Unfortunately, that's the only thing I have fresh in my mind. It used to be that I would play Overwatch a lot, and I, like many gamers, got mad. So as a method to calm myself, I would try to learn a stanza of the Raven. And I'd repeat it to myself until I felt better. And it worked, surprisingly. That or the heavy drinking, one of those did it. I should start memorizing poetry. I think it'd be nice. Make me happy, at least. I think there's a person that I want to be, that I've always thought about being. Well, Bella, don't drink then. I've always liked the idea of the person who, can go into any fridge and always make a new recipe or cook up a full dinner, and I've finally gotten to the point where I can do that, where I can just look in somebody's fridge and be like, I know what I can make here, and I can cook full-on recipes of any kind of thing that they want. And I'd love to be the kind of person who can just quote any sort of poetry. But I'm not that person yet. I'll get there one day, though. Let's see. I don't know what I'm going to do with this cartography table, but I'll put it here. It does take time and effort. And I'm most definitely willing to put the effort in. That, I suppose, would exist now. And I'm getting to the point where I can do any sort of little accent and have a lot of fun with it. So every day I'm a bit closer to the person I'd like to be. But I feel like there will always be more time. But it's not French. Well, French is kind of overdone, isn't it? Everybody does a French. And as much as the French get bullied, I think we've bullied them to the point that... Well, We don't need to bully the French more. You bully me. You can bully me all you want. I like the French. I like many kinds of people. Those who live and let live. Okay, so French pastries are very good. You are very, very correct on that one. Now we have a little problem. I do love my pastries. You're very, very right about that. Good morning, Calypsy. How are you doing today? I hope your day is lovely. I've not been to many Chinese bakeries, but they're on my list of places to go. Okay, so, Chad, I'd like you to pick a direction for me. Oh wait, we have a compass now. Where's the compass point? Is that north? Wait a second, does this compass actually point north? What if I put my bed down? It points to spawn. Oh, that's so stupid. Well, I've decided it's north now. This is north. Oh wait, so if I do this, it will point there? Interesting. Wait a second, this is going to make traveling a little. Wait, nope, it points that way. Okay, well. And then we will have to try our best trying to make our way back here. Yes, right now we are doing the German accent. We have a few more minutes on it right now. He's sleepy. Vanya, don't you be spreading mythology about me. People are going to think I go German whenever I get tired. Yeah, it's Leo. Good morning, Yuki. How are you doing today? Can you imagine that if I did a certain accent whenever I got EBs? No, Vanya, you know that's not what I mean. Never. Never ever. Is that not true? I mean, it's not when I do it. Yuki, and why are you flustered? What is it about this that makes you flustered? Oh, did you get sick again, or are you still sick? It's a very different situation there. Echo Rose, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. Why do you all always seem so worried that you miss my streams? Chat, the streams will happen whether you are here or not. My life goes on and everything's okay. There's no worries ever. I am happy you're here when you can be here, and I'm happy you take your own time when you need to take your own time. I expect nothing more of you, okay? Do not worry. There's nothing to worry about. And now we cross the cocoa beans. Actually, yeah. I was going to make a little lie, but then I'm like, no, I mean, you can see my streaks there. You can see how long I've been streaming for. Unfortunately, Vanya, even for you, the stream will still go on even if you're not here. I will not be happy that you're not here, but I will continue streaming anyways. I have set a goal forward for myself, and I will never stop it. Even when people are like, Gene, you need to rest, get some sleep. So I'm like, I do sleep. 4 hours a day is not much time. That's less time than I spend at work, and I hate working. I can spend 4 hours a day on my streaming. I do think it's funny that I streamed 61 times in 1 month. How many hours do you sleep? Between 6 to 8 hours of sleep, usually 6. Any more than that, and I usually feel too groggy anyways. And it takes me about 15 minutes to fall asleep at most. My streams go on for 2 hours each time. Occasionally they will go longer, but for the majority of the time they only go for 2 hours. It is a nice little burst of streaming, like an extra long TV show or movie. That is how I view it. That I am a TV show that you are tuning in for. And I like keeping them short, because then all of you get to come by and hang out with me for the entire time, you know? Instead of me being like, oh, well, I'm streaming to this group and then this group. I like when all of my lovely lovelies are here the entire time. Gold. Am I thinking about cake time? What about cake? Then I can drop it. Good. By the way, everybody, my birthday is February 17th, and we will be celebrating my birthday. Oh, the Hear Me Out cake, yes. That'll be later today. I don't know how long that stream's gonna go. I might push it back like an hour. The Vonic manuscript, it sounds familiar. It does sound familiar. But I don't know it now. Alright, back into the mines we go. I guess I do have bread, so we're good there. I just need to find water. And unfortunately, there's little baby zombies out there. Arf, arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. Arf, arf. Blocks on my bar. I have blocks on my bar. Good morning, Calypsy. You and your goofy little emotes. There. Oh, you happy? You're back? Welcome back. Herr Doctor. Also, I saw people. Oh, come on, not diamond, really? I've not found any iron. No, you're kidding. Oh, so frustrating. No. I need professional help, chat. I love the accusations of cheating. And if you go through as many worlds as I do, you're probably going to run into crazy shings eventually. You're aware? I'm not cheating. What do you mean you're aware? We know what? That you think I... Oh yeah, therapy is very expensive. Like, oh, hello there, sweetie. Do you wanna maybe not follow me in here? Come here, baby girl. There you are. Hi. Oh, yeah, sorry, Apollo. You are in the basement already. I don't know if you didn't hear the door click when you came in, but there's no escape now. I mean, I'll let everybody out for a little bit when we hit partner, but until then, you're just gonna have to, enjoy your time here. Yeah, the click of the log. We're not clicking. You fell into the toilet. Oh, honey. I'm sorry you fell into the toilet. Oh, there's the iron. I knew it was here somewhere. Oh, Moss, you've been here the whole time. Dwarf, you've been here the whole time. I didn't need to put you on it. You just kind of walked in. So people just don't even look back and notice the door behind them. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh no, I was tricked. Whatever will I do? Snacks are provided, as is smut books, because people kept requesting smut books for some reason. There is free Wi-Fi. And if there's anything particular you're looking for, let me know. I'll see what I can get you. Vonnie lives in the walls, though, so, I mean, I guess they're the exception. Oh, well, I write them, so they're decent. They need some work, but they're decent. Good to know, good to know. Don't take my mattress, I need my mattress. How else am I gonna sleep? I just got this mattress. Enjoy your video transcriptions. Got it. Don't eat my bed. I need my bed. I was so excited getting my bed frame. Don't take it from me now. Good morning, Paula. Thank you for the follow. You can eat a little bit of the floorboards. That one's okay. Y'all don't know how long I waited to actually have a real bed here. And for a while, it was just a mattress on the floor. Before that, an air mattress. I felt like a real-life Sims game, slowly upgrading my space over time. You know? Oh my god, the iron was here the whole time, right next to the diamond. But yeah, I mean, like, it was... I had never understood some of the Sims game mechanics. They're just like, what do you mean a cheap shower has the water fluctuate all the time, the water pressure? And then I got here where the water pressure randomly fluctuates, and some random appliances don't work well all the time, or they'll make an annoying weird noise. I'm like, oh, I just wasn't broke enough yet. Now I understand this. Well, this is a problem, chat. There we go. No, nothing born. Don't worry about it. Nothing bad happened. Everyone's still alive. Isn't that right, chat? Everyone's still alive? If you're dead, please raise your hand. No one? Perfect. See, everyone's still alive. If you can raise your hand, it's good enough for me. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's gonna be a pain. Oh, that is going to be a pain. We'll take this for now. So, Chad, it looks like we need a piece of carpet to make a enchanting table eventually. It's gonna be difficult. I'll work out in the end, I suppose. Do I have a helmet already? I do have a helmet already. I see a body piece. Thank you for the hydrate. And a piece of carpet. You need one red piece of carpet. And that's where I'm running into the issue. Because I'll need wool for that, and I don't know how I'm going to get wool. Especially when I got rid of my wool. I think it's always been there. The book goes on top of the carpet. Welcome back, welcome back. Oh, you're right. You can use string to make wool, and then I just need to dye it. Dyeing it might be difficult. That's a lot easier. Oh, well, maybe for some people. I just enjoy doing it on my own. I've thought about it. I just most definitely don't have the money for it right now. I'm very tight on my budget. Yeah, I'm actually very low on funds right now. So hopefully we'll get to a point where I can get some sponsorships in here and things will go a little bit easier. But that is why I'm spending 1 month, spending a lot of time on social medias, trying to build this platform up. And these crazy cracks in the ground. I don't know how they made them, like how they generate them, but they're so cool. And this feels very cave divery, you know what I mean? We're gonna find like the devil's butt crack. If I were to do an SMP, it would most likely be Java, because it allows a lot more. Really? Interesting. Good to know. I don't know anything about that stuff. Yeah. I need to buy the man upstairs a new bed, chat. I don't know where he's found the world's squeakiest bed. Enjoy. I will stretch, hydrate, and eat. Have a good one. Let's get a little bit of a... There we go. That's what we're looking for. Glorious, glorious water. Oh, what are the chances here? Things are going so well. We're getting plenty of iron. Already found diamond. Hey, look, more water. You're on the PS5 right now? Okay, let's go put this water away. That's not the right way. There it is. Now we just need to find lava. The first goal I want to do is make a bamboo farm. A self-farming bamboo farm. There's no way. You're kidding. That has been, hasn't it? Yeah, exactly. That's understandable, Crucified. Wow. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna dig randomly here. Give me a second. Hey, look, iron. Not what I'm looking for, though. Hi, Nia. No, don't be mean to me. How you doing, honey? Well, in that case, I was gonna do. There it is. Thank you for shouting out, Nia. Okay. Now we're gonna dig out a little farm back here. Oh, my sweetie. You're a great ASMR artist who deserves love and affection. How is Chat doing? Chat, how are you doing today? Let's hear it. It happens. Y'all are used to it though, aren't you? Getting bullied a little bit. Enjoy your naps. Chat, I might let this stream go a little bit long. I'm not guaranteeing it, but... Oh, it's Gen Z talk. Build maxing, look maxing. It's just saying that you do something more than something else. Skimmity Riz. Oh, hi, oh god, for real. Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, do you mean the Skibbity Riz? Riz is a shortened version of charisma. Skibbity is a term that came from a song from a animation. Because in the song, the guy goes skibbity, and so that became the primary thing behind this. Ocean. 14th, 14th, and 13th, 14th, and 13th. 1 second. Alexa, set a reminder on the 15th to check in with Ocean.
What time October 15th should I remind you?
3:20 a.m.
Okay, I'll remind you October 15th
Okay.
at 3:20 a.m. Also, I can alert you when severe weather is expected in your area. Would you like me to do that?
No. There you go, 1 second. Good morning, Otis. I'm waiting for Vanya, Chad. Apparently I did something wrong. Come on, Vanya, damn, you ready? But how y'all doing? Everybody got quiet. Why is everyone quiet? Chat, how's everybody? Here, wait a second. Let me get everybody's attention again. There you go. You're no longer lurking. True facts. Don't worry about it. Hoshi, did I make you? Hoshi, I'm so sorry, Hoshi. Go back to sleep. It's okay, honey. I didn't. I feel really guilty now. No, Hoshi, go back. Go back. All right, I won't be. I won't. I won't do that anymore. Vania's not humping a plushie jet. I didn't know I needed to squash. I didn't know there was allegations. But no. When did I get bones? I killed a skeleton, that's right. Vania wouldn't do that. Vania cares about their plushies. Vania the kind of dork who, if the plushie got dirty, would get very sad. Exactly. That's what I would do. I would Scrooge McDuck them. I could make a cool bed. Wait, what if I make a cool little alcove bed? What if, okay, give me a second. Brain, come on. What's it gonna look like? Yes. So here's what we're doing, okay? Oh, I need more wood. But I'm not wasting the jungle logs. I can do the jungle planks, I think that'll be okay for now. There it is. Yes. Then we're gonna need a little bit of this here. Pop it there. Love it. I think it's one on top, one on bottom, right? Oh, but we're not gonna have enough. That's fine. It doesn't matter what kind of wood we use for this. But I don't have enough for that. Dang. Okay, so we are gonna have to wait for a bamboo no matter what, which means I'll probably need to get rid of this. Interesting. Okay. Thing. What if I do? I don't think I like the jungle trapdoor that much, actually. So I'll just make another barrel and take care of that, and that gets rid of my barrel needs. There we go. Chat, if I were to get a plush made, a large one would be difficult to get. So do we want to wait until I can, we have the support to get a large plush made? Or are we good starting with like a small plush? Small plush? Cool. What a little guy in the corner. Yeah, I'd probably be like the little guy in the corner, very simple, very dorky. Actually, I think I love how little like facial features it has, just the little eyes. Vanya, no one's gonna understand the reference, Vanya. Vanya, no one's gonna understand the reference. You're gonna scare the hose. You're scaring the hose. Don't suck milk out of my... Exactly. Alright. We'll need this. Perfect. We'll need this. That's nice. I can do this. Gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. What a gorgeous thing it is. Take this. Da, 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 da. And I think that should do it. It's not perfect, but it'll do for now. Wait. I like that actually. I actually kind of love that. Oh, it's so dumb. Yay. More bamboo, please. Oh, I need one more bamboo plank. Make more bamboo faster. Well, at least it's kind of fun. Anyways, where were we? Dirt, yay. One, two, three. One, two. Oh, needs one more out. Oh, really? Casey, are you on the Discord? I'd love to see the food. If you're not in the Discord, just feel free to send it to me on Twitter. I love seeing food. One, two, three. Bloop. God, don't be so cute with it. How dare you be that adorable? I sneak a mini muffin. I even like seeing badly made food. And I like giving tips on how to make bad food better. Any food can be made good. It just takes, time and effort. Gotta practice and learn how to cook. There we go. Welcome back. Did you bring me some crepes? Please, Echo, I could use a little crepe right now. I'm just a little hungry guy who wants a little crepe. Is that so much to ask for? Just one little crepe. A crepe. If you say so. They're for chat. Oh. I'm denied crepes by my own chat. Crazy. I totally feed you scraps from my plate. It's fine. I need food. Thank you for my femboy. I will teach you all how to cook. I'll teach you all how to cut onions properly too, because I used to get made fun of how badly I cut onions. No. It's the funniest things that'll make you nostalgic, No, if you cook onions right, they're not icky. Onions are good and they will elevate many food dishes. So you're gonna have to use a little onion. And a reminder, chat, there is a difference between grilled onions, sauteed onions, and caramelized onions. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, Ulrika. Sweetie, come back. No, let me distract you longer. Don't you want to be distracted by me? Come on. Promise I'm a lot more entertaining. I'm kidding, work on your art. I did it again, chat. What about me's distracting? Yay. Look at this cute little bed. I'm all cute little bed. Hey, this is cozy stream. This isn't focus on getting work done stream. Okay. I need a lot more torches. Let's see, where is all of my coal? There it is. I'm gonna make all this into sticks. And ba-dum. What's up, gang? It's me, Skinny Venus. Okay, I feel a little guilty now. I don't mean to distract you all that badly. Here, relax. Don't think. No words. Just focus on whatever you need to do. Mm. Mm. Millen. Okay, I take it back, jeez. Goofy. I cannot wait to find stuff to get to the nether. Okay, let's not talk about my schmeeness. Sorry, that's actually on the a million subscriber reveal goal. So it's gonna take at least 1 million donated subs before we get to that point. And I have to have those all at once, so you know. Honey, lovely. The most Twitch subs that have ever been received has been 700,000 by Kai Sanat. We're not hitting that many subs. So I think I'll be okay if I claim to do a Shmeenus reveal at 1 million 1 million subs at one time. What the scallop? What the scallop is such a weird thing to say. No, It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not judging you for it. Do you know I can make vegan scallops? And yes, I said vegan scallops. You use the specific mushroom is a what are they called? Trumpet mushroom. Trumpet mushrooms have a similar texture to the scallop, and then you use a mixture of lemon juice, garlic, butter, sautéed, and that will make a very similar taste to a very fishy, seafoody taste. But you have to make sure that you're cooking the garlic in the butter, not just letting it like simmer like you'd normally do, because that's what contributes to the fishy taste with the lemon juice. No, I'm quite good at doing vegan cooking because my ex was vegan. Trumpet mushrooms? It depends on what you mean by cheap. I mean, for a mushroom, like normal mushroom prices. It depends on the area, too. I need, like, some more beetroot seed. That'll do for now, though. But yeah, so what you do is you're going to cut the trumpet mushrooms into about scallops sized discs. You're going to do a brine of miso paste, marinade I suppose, of miso paste, soy sauce, vinegar, what else was it? I'll have to look it up. I'll have to look it up again. I have a recipe for it somewhere. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Oh, Dwarf, what good timing. I needed that. Okay, we're good now. Oh. They're not all. That's just the ones that people look for the most. So, for instance, my ex had a lot of allergies as well, which is one of the reasons why they were vegan. As well as, you know, it was more of they don't like factory farms. And because it's a lot of times hard to source stuff that's been kind of like ethically produced. It's not that they didn't like those dishes, it's that they're just more of, you know, not alright with how we were handling our animals. Which, to be fair, America does treat a lot of its animals badly. But it's also a thing of like, when you're doing something like a diet like that, you want to satisfy cravings. But a lot of vegan dishes aren't like meat substitutes, you just don't think about them being vegan. Half of Indian food is vegetarian, but they're just vegetarian. They're not. They just don't have meat in it. We don't think about them being made to not have meat. A lot of Chinese dishes and Asian dishes just don't have meat in it. And they're vegetarian, but they're not made to be vegetarian. Hello, kitten. How you doing? And we have that happen a lot with a lot of these dishes. It's just the dishes that are made to be vegan that stick out because those are made to, replace certain things. For instance, I like the taste of oat milk. I prefer it in certain dishes. But if I were to call it a milk substitute, you think of it more of it being a replacement. But for me, I just like oat milk. Same with tofu. I love tofu. And it replaces a protein, sure, but it's just there. Oat milk is really good, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And the fake versions of meat are mostly to satisfy a craving. Because, the texture of meat is very nice. It feels good on my teeth, and that's what I like. I like teeth feel. That's fair. 100%. And you're 100% allowed to prefer the meat versions. And I will never judge you for that. Exactly. I do say that it is a big problem when people try to do veggie diets and they just want to recreate their meat-based diet, but veggie, because you get a lot of heavily processed things and it's just not that good for you. I think it's better to, work on finding veggie things and things that have a variety of textures and feels that you enjoy that satisfy those cravings, instead of doing like you're saying, just trying to replace it. It's good for a little treat. If that's all you're doing, it's not going to be the best. Artificial meat. Fake meats. I don't know what I can use this for, but I want this. I would still eat raccoon. Yeah. But I would eat anything, chat. One of my gravest sins is gluttony. The world has a million different things. Shouldn't I taste them all? But then again, I have an oral fixation as well. I have considered if I were to ever meet a cannibalistic tribe and a part of a religious proceeding, if they would want me to eat people. I've thought about it. But that gets into philosophical. Human apparently tastes like pork, which makes sense, because we eat a lot like pigs do, just eating random crap. Oh yeah, of course. Disease-wise. Yeah, human is called long pig. Which is such a goofy name. And I understand why, but it's just so goofy. Here's the long pig, look how long it is. Yeah, I guess the prions are only in the brain. I don't think I'd want to think that deeply into it. Again, I would not go out of my way to eat a person. Unless it was part of some sort of religious proceedings and it was like meeting a culture that I'd never done. But that's enough talk about cannibalism this morning. I can tell y'all been thinking about it though. Oh, I wish there was a way to make it so the little ones never spawned. You're right, Chad. I'm sorry I haven't been feeding you here. We'll do a cooking stream soon. I should make a cooking the basement slop video. And then I can make... oh, there it goes. Then I can make you all, like, super easy, cheap meals that you can throw into your basement dwellers. Thank you for the follow, Leffa. I'm glad this is what your first impression of me is. Or maybe you're just here for the vibes. Leffa. How to make slop and gruel for your basement dwellers. Basic bit survival. And I think some things that are really good to learn with cooking is like how to thicken and how to make soups, you know? It took me a while to really learn soups properly. But like how to make a cornstarch slurry or why you want to make a cornstarch slurry. Using flour instead of cornstarch or potato starch for thickening. As well as making a basic roux. Because once you learn like how to make a roux, you can make gravies and everything else too. Don't eat Vanya. Exactly. Flour isn't poison. Unless it is for you, in which case. That's why you'd use cornstarch. It is very important to know, though, to make a cornstarch slurry first. Don't be dead, Vanya. Well, then that's good to know. And so I'd use cornstarch to thicken for you. And understanding that cornstarch is going to get thicker when it cools. So you don't want to make things too thick. I learned a lot of things while cooking for a vegan. Because I will say, cooking vegan makes you really, really think about what you're doing to make the best flavors possible, while like half the time cooking meat dishes was just a meat and a vegetable. Fine, I'll check the memes channel. This is the one time I'm stepping out of stream to check something. What? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay, that was worth it. That was actually worth it. Valid. Okay, I appreciate you calling me for that. But now it's going to make me question if I need to check every time. Hello. Have a good day, okay? And thank you for coming by. I do really appreciate it. Even if you're leaving me now. Sniff, 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 sad, sad, sad. I'll only cry forever. Oh, you will be missed. Stinky chat. Oh, hey. I found my hole. thinking about my whole chat. It's gross. You smell like a young dog, Nia, that's been sitting in your lap all day. That sounds weird to anybody else. Nia just got a new puppy. Mm. All right. Wowie barking, chat. Wowie barking. They're very cute. I don't know why I love this. I don't know why I'm in love with this. It serves no benefit, but I like the fact that it's separating it. Why do I love this freaking half little door? So cute, so perfect. My little baby gate. Alright, I need to make a little storage space. This will be perfect. I should just make an axe, let's be honest. Where's my stuff for making an axe? I'm putting away 2 of you for later. Iron. Thank you. Just need 1 more, please. I see the problem, chat, is that as the stream goes on, I start getting more excited and energetic. And I realize that I'm not really the best for the EP vibes. So I need to calm myself down a little bit when I get excited over such I'm such a good little doggy, Nia. Thank you for the redeem. Jungle slab, spoop, spoop. Barrel. There we go. Oh, I should be growing a pumpkin, shouldn't I? Pumpkin. Pumpkin. I need 1 more barrel. Hey, Pink, thank you for the sub. Thank you for gifting us sub to Pink. Fairly shall be here again. Okay, well, I guess I will be here now in this way that I have to speak, because some people enjoy it for some reason, so I have yet to understand why. I suppose everybody has their unique quirks, and this is just one of the many ones that chat has. Such a strange, bizarre little people, but I do enjoy them so very, very much. Uvu, thank you so much for the redeem. Why are you getting excited? That was not my choice either. That was a chibi. It was made, and so I was like, fine, we will use it if we hit blah 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 blah. And then it was hit. I wasn't expecting it to actually be hit. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. Hmm. Okay, how many more do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need so much of this bamboo wood. I really, really, really must find a way to find some lava or do something. We'll put you away there. I will eat the apples, that is fine. I put away the sugar cane with the gunpowder and some random stones. We keep the melon seed just in case, the bones, the arrows. All of that is good. Okay, just in case, let us bring stick with us. You never know when you need stick. Love you too, sweetie. You'll be good, okay? And now we drink water. Nice. Goofy, 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 goofy. That is what you are. I hope you understand this. Mhm. 21 rolls of bread is fine. And now we are ready to go exploring a little bit. Hopefully we find the lavas that I need. Alright, chat, pick a direction. Say when I say when you say stop, I will go that direction, okay? Go. Even to stop. Okay, is that way? Okay. Bark, bark. Arf, arf, little chat. A bunch of weird little doggos you are. Why are we yapping, you stinky, smelly peoples? You are my weirdos, this is true. I suppose I must go down now. I need an emote like that. This is why chat is a menagerie. Very true, very true. This is exactly why chat is a menagerie. A zoo filled with the strange and the exotic. I do not adopt you, I just keep you. It's very different. Interesting, Tanzer. Okay. Here's what we do. Oh no, here comes the spider. I hear you, you little skeleton. You goofy motherfucker. A menagerie is like a fancy zoo. It's a collection of rare things. Not any zoo will do. Und there is the first bit of lava that we need. Und now we run a little bit. No, I give you lots of space to run around, to make little messes and such. I wouldn't want to keep you too confined. I try to imitate your natural habitat as best I possibly can. So Vanya has a little... Hello? Hello? The Victorians did have human zoos, but we're not going to be pushing those. There we go. Oh, Jesus. All right, that was a bit intense. I was not ready for all of this. Hello. Once can I drop... Yeah, okay, got it. Chat, who wants to be my garden hermit? I don't have a garden, but... Maybe we'll have a hermit contest. Where one lucky chatter gets to be my garden hermit. Okay. Can you be a horseshoe crab? You can absolutely be a horseshoe crab. A very bizarre thing to want to be, but you know, I won't never stop you from living that dream. Oh, Vanya, I was trying to describe what your enclosure would look like, but I kept getting distracted because things kept coming up. Mm-hmm. Horseshoe crabs are the perfect being. Okay. That's right, sweetie. You can be whatever you want to be. I'm not going to stop you. Hi, Popcake VT. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Give me just 1 second while I make this before I do something dumb. And then I'll say, hi, can we get a shout out for Popcake, by the way? Hello, hello, hello. Actually, you know, let's go to the pretty scene. How you doing, lovely raiders? My name's LuckyJene. I'm a gambler, a writer, and a flirt. And I hope you have a lovely time while you're here. I'd have a funny joke. Let me think. What is a good joke? Okay. So, this is a retelling of one of my favorite little Reddit posts. So a guy is walking into a library, and he's, you know, socially awkward like all internet people are, and he is there to pay a book fine. But he keeps going in his head. I'm here to pay a fine. I need to pay a fee. I'm here to pay my fine. I need to pay a fee. And so he walks up to the lady at the front, slams down $5, and mixing up the two phrases goes, I'm here to pee. And then just walks away because he's too embarrassed to keep being there. Which, imagine just walking into a library, walking up to a random librarian going, I need to pee, leaving $5 and just walking away. What is he going to do? Go piss on the books? She always had to wonder. But there you go. There's my favorite little story that makes me laugh myself crazy in the middle of the night because I just keep thinking about I need to pee. Anyways, thank you so much for the follow. Pumpcake, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, that's totally fine. Please take care of yourself. And everybody, I hope you enjoy your time here. Minecraft is great. We're still doing Minecraft. What do you mean? But what were you doing? Did we get a shout out for Pumpcake here? Oh, the game broke, chat. It's okay. It liked my story too much. So much Minecraft. Oh, lovely. I love the Minecraft. God, I'm back to being addicted to it. It was like a one-time thing a week, and then a two-time thing a week. Now it's all I can play in the morning. We're doing a little challenge today, and every day, that I'm trying to beat the game while surviving underneath ground on hardcore while doing ASMR. So, it's fun. What were we doing, chat? I've forgotten. Oh, right. I should make a little forge area. Okay, there's the farm, so I'll leave that alone. There's storage back there. What direction will I make the forge? I haven't beaten it either. That's why I'm making this dumb challenge. And I love just digging things as I need them. A little cave goblin. Goblins are the best, chat. You don't know. Oh, well, good luck, Fire. I'm sorry it was closed when you got there. Sleep well. I see, you're right. You're 100% right. I'm just living up. I've kept every world so we can go back and look through them if it... Why is there more water? There we go. It's gonna be crazy trying to find the ender gate while being underground. Because I'm gonna have to haul out a massive chunk just so I can throw the ender pearl. Or eye of ender, whatever it is. Okay. What'd you make? Oh, mug cake. What kind of mug cake did you make? Was it good? Was it tasty? Alright, you have fun. Bring me back some snacks. Can you also bring me snacks, please? Appreciate it. There is technically an end. So even after the end, there's like things that you specifically get. There. But there's literally part of the world called the end. Mm. Quench. Quench. It's thematic, it works. A cookie mug cake. Very tasty. Very tasty indeed. Oh, but what if I make it cooler? Okay, we're gonna put this here. And then I can make a little... I don't know if this is gonna look like I want it to. No, it's not. I'll wait for that. That'll do for now. We'll make this place pretty when I find more things that I need. One second, chat. My brain just shut off. I need to let it build back up. Give me a second. Once upon a midnight journey, while I pondered weak and weary over many quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis a visitor," I muttered, "only this and nothing more." Alright, brain's back, we're good. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Right now, you can get £50 off, or £20 off? £50 off per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. Okay. That's why I was here, chat. I completely forgot why we were here. To repair the shield. Tomorrow's media night, chat. Don't forget. Don't forget tomorrow is media night. I think we might also start doing a Twitter thing where you can post and at me on Twitter with LuckyJene Media Night hashtag, and we'll start reviewing those afterwards. No, that's something different. That's today. We're doing quite a few events, chat. You gotta keep up. I think we'll go an extra hour today, chat. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Tachyon. Nice. We're close to the same as last week. You know, memes and funny videos and just any kind of vibes you're feeling. We can throw in a few longer videos. Oh yes, I'm feeling it. Tachyon. Triple 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, and TOS, so nothing adult and X-rated. Go away. Thank you, sweetie. There's no way that the thing is Dreamy Graceful Goblin Bible. I love the randomly assigned names. Oh, no, you weren't told off. I'm saying yes, Vanya. TOS is something that needs to be considered. You're right about that. So no porn. No, you weren't told off. I was appreciating you, sweetie. Is that going to be a new thing now, chat? Are y'all going to say what the scallop and joining the trout population? Alright, I will allow scallop. We are not doing Helen Keller. Because that one will probably have some TOS implications. Ooh. Mm-hmm. And there we go. Mm-hmm. Why am I being sprayed? What's going on? What did I do? Everybody spray Aura. No, that's fair. Okay, if I was lava, where would I be? Okay, chat, you need to be my lava sensor. When you sense lava, and oh, well, that's happening. There we go. Milk is gotten from cows. What do you mean the forbidden honey? Oh, lava. I mean, I don't think in Minecraft you can get it from any. You better not be able to get milk from any mammal in this game. That's fair. I guess I really haven't tried to milk many things in Minecraft, but also I don't think I want to try to milk a bunch of things in Minecraft. Alright, just gonna boom, 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 boom. Swap it out, grab this. Perfect. No, why do I seem energetic? Am I too energetic for y'all, chat? I can calm down a little bit. Come down even more. Nice. And that does spark joy. No, you know how it'll be nicer? I know what I want to do with it. I need a lot more lava, though. Don't jump in the lava. Do not jump into the lava. Yes, I know what I want to do with it. But I need a lot more lava, chat. Oh, you're right. I should do some... Okay, so here's the goal, chat. I need to get to the nether so that I can start mass-producing bamboo. Once we mass-produce bamboo, I'll be able to start, like, really decorating this place. It's just a pain to, individually farm it all the time. Sleep well. Good night. Bye. I need freaking coal. Fine, I'll make some redstone torch for now. They're lame, but they'll work for now. Give me some light. Hey, look, water. I wish there was a way to make more lava. You gotta make me don't make me bread. Don't make me bread. Okay, chat, I need to find something specific. If you see dripstone, let me know, okay? Don't make me bread. I don't want to be bread. You can make me bread, actually, that's fine. I'm just kidding. Just jokes, just jokes. Why is it so bright down here? Every time I dig down, I just find another place I've been already. I've gone so many places. Is this gonna loop back around to somewhere I've been already? No, hey, what's this? Someplace new. I see. I want pizza. Did you bring me pizza? A little bit of the pizza pie. Let's get some food in you. Chat, if you haven't eaten yet, please, please, please get yourself a little snack or something. Something nice and tasty. Food is that lava? Is that lava? Oh, it's only one piece. It's a start, I suppose. And there's more lava. Hmm. 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 Don't eat me, chat. Don't eat me. It's illegal to eat Gene. Gene cannot be eaten. You're not allowed to eat Gene. No, I can burn sticks, that's right. It's not very efficient, but it'll give me what I need, I think. No, no eating Gene. I'm not good for you. No, not even a nibble. Why do you want to eat me, chat? We are not eating Gene. Why would you eat my knees? I have every part of me you could eat. Cannibalism or arson. Why is that my pick? Do you think other people's chats are like this, wanting to eat their streamer? I can't be the only person with this problem, can I? That's fair. Yeah, but that's different. Where'd my other lava go? There was 2 lava. Why is there no more 2 lava? Who took it to lava? Oh, they took it to lava. Hmm. Hmm. That's fair. That's fair. I understand wanting to commit arson. Took it to lava. There was lava. Now there's none. Hmm. Took it to lava. I have an apple in my fridge I might eat, actually. It's been a while since I've had fruit. Don't judge me for not eating fruit, chat. Carmia, when was the last time you ate fruit? Gotta get scurvy. No, I'll be fine. I drink Mountain Dew. Have you heard about the Give me a second. Give me a second. Have you heard about the scurvy girl? Have you heard about the scurvy girl who got scurvy in this our Lord's year of like 2015? So, she, she hadn't been eating fruit or anything, right? And she was drinking a lot of Mountain Dew. And she's like, well, Mountain Dew is citrus, right? That should be fine. Yeah, she got scurvy. She, like, legitimately got scurvy. Which is so funny to me. Like, all sorts of, like, awful things were happening. And then she's like, oh, right. Mm-hmm. She has a TikTok account somewhere. And that's how I know about it. She's also done like a few other things that I'm just like, I'm surprised you're alive. But then again, I exist too, so what does that say about the world's ability to take out people I probably should have? You're friends with her? Wait, actually? You're actually... Hey, nap time? This is gonna be the one time I ever do anything like this. Can I interview her? Do you think she would let me interview her in a very stupid segment? just to see if you can DM her for me. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. If I ever want to do that, I'll go message her myself and be like, hey, yo, what's up? I'm a random dude on the internet. You wanna? I guess I need to build an interview show. I know, but that gives you access to DM her, so you know. Chat, we're gonna build a stupid interview show. So that I have legitimacy to interview people that I think are really interesting. Come on, don't you dare stifle me right now. I know this is an ill-conceived notion of a plan, but look, I only have 1,000,000 irons in the forge right now, but my forge can fit a few more irons. The heat has been reduced so aggressively. I will never interview Mr. Beast. I will never interview Mr. Beast. I don't do sociopaths. The only sociopaths I would allow are those that have been falsely diagnosed by their therapists. I will do Mr. Teeth, though. Mr. Teeth is very cool. I'll do Mr. Teeth. One, 2, 3. Yeah, but I think you're falsely diagnosed because people like to think sociopaths are significantly more prevalent. But Crucified, you feel bad about situations. If you were a sociopath, you wouldn't. It's most likely just tisms. Do I know about Mr. Beast's teeth? I do not know. Exactly. And that's exactly what it is. I don't understand the way people perceive emotions. Yeah, like every autist. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have 3 buckets of thing. Are you telling me that they AI his teeth? Or that they fixed his teeth in the middle of it? I like the idea that he AIs his teeth. Anyways. That's insane. Nah, there, napped him. I like your little tail. Mr. Beath actually doesn't have teeth. I have a chunk missing out of one of my teeth. Yeah, but I'm not generative AI. I'm actually very carefully programmed into a video game, chat. That's why I only have so many set responses before eventually Hey chat, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be playing Minecraft. I hope you all really enjoy this relaxing ASMR Minecraft stream. Not a dog. Oh, hi Vanya. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I hope you slept well. Why would I say a woo? I'm not a dog. There we go. You cannot ban the broadcaster. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It legitimately does not bother me. Arf, Arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. I'm such a good doggy. Leave it hydrate, Minty. No, if it bothered me, I wouldn't have it. I just think, you know. No, that's what I'm looking for. Stop liking how pathetic I sound. What the fuck? Who says that? Okay. And just because I know Karami is gonna complain. There you go. Oh no, Dwarf, you're totally fine. Dwarf, I appreciate you asking. Because asking shows that you are concerned about it, and you did the right thing asking. Genuinely, I do honestly appreciate it. Me not having blocks in my toolbar. I need more buckets. Bucket, 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 bucket. Where did I put all my iron? Bucket, 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 iron. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3. 3, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 7. Fortune does need a chest. Bucket, 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 bucket. Fortune needs a crafting table. Excuse me? Why do I hear a zombie? Bread. What are you moving the ore from? Seven buckets, there we go. What's wrong? Why are you deaf? What's happening? Are you okay? Womp womp, there go your balls. Okay. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. I can breathe. Oh, we're good. We're good. Oh, I'm lightheaded, chat. I am lightheaded. That was awful. It just really tickled me and caught me off guard. I need so many planks. I need 1, 4, 5. I had to mute myself, yeah. Made me lightheaded. Hi, Maple. How you doing, sweetie? Pretty, I would never. Come on, give me one more. Which one of you is gonna grow? Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. Now. Ah. I don't know, actually. Haven't tried. Hmm. 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 Stop falling into the toilet bowl. Hmm. The hell is the peener news? That's not a real thing. Hmm. Is it a thing? Where is the spot? Come on. There we go. Hi, Selena. How you doing? Celine. Why is there so much water? Okay, you know what? Give me a second. Chad, is that the outside, do you think? I think that might be the outside. So I will not take that way anymore. Okay. Good to know. That was close then. We can't go back on that one. We can't go back on that again. Don't you ragging my resticles. Okay. Okay, we're good. Hi. Hi, Zebra. How you doing? How you doing, sweetie? Thank you for the stretch. Okay. I need a crafting table just in case. Zoinkscape, they took your names. You're really good today. I'm glad to hear that. Where's the craft? There it is. Thank you. Keep it a bucket. Make sure everybody's hydrating, by the way, chat. Okay, now we're gonna pick a random direction. This way to lava. Damn it. No, we're gonna keep going down. I did hydrate, cheers. Goofy motherfuckers. Do you know what I want to do, chat? Have y'all ever watched that guy who, does the, like, fake how it's made videos? One of my favorite videos of his that he does, he's like, hey everybody, I realize that people listen to how it's made to fall asleep. Huckabees, exactly. And he's like, and sometimes they'll randomly stumble upon my videos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scream really loud, and then I'm going to keep going, and you all have to pretend like nothing happened in the comments, okay? Alright, here I go. And then he just screams. I need to do that sometime. I'm just going to be like, okay, chat, I'm going to do a clicker to in case anybody here is sleeping, and just don't say anything, okay? And then just pretend like nothing happened. But I'm not going to do that right now. Do it another time. I see light. Oh, it's the stupid glowing moss. Oh no, how to be basic is very different. I'm not how to basic. I will never do that kind of stuff. Even if it's a little goofy. Chat, I forgot to upload a TikTok video so far today. I'll have to do one after stream. I think I should have one left that I haven't posted. And I need to make some tonight. What are you all knowing about Vanyas? Vanya Danya. Valanya. V. Victory. Vacuum. Vascus. Hey, look, diamond. The one thing I don't want. Vehicular homicide. What's a vehicular homicide? Cardiovascular. The oopy goopy raccoon. Chat, you all also oopy goopy. I hope you know that. That would be a challenge, but not impossible. I think I could make it work. Welcome to oopy goopy stream chat. Slimy wimey. I'll go back to sleep then, sweetie. I've been looking for you. You I've been looking for. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I suppose we're back into this territory again. What is visit? Every time I feel like I've escaped, and we are back here once again. Insane, absolutely insane each time. Jean will stay nice and calm and sleep and not have any laughing fits. Fine, I will stay nice and calm. Okay, I can do this for you. I will try my best. Wait, where am I? Have I gotten lost again? This is not good. I am so very lost again, chat. How does this happen to me all of the time? Oh, there it is. I found it. It's alright. It's alright. We continue to go up. Und up, and there it is. Hello, my lovely home. So we are going to try something. I'm not sure if it will work, but I've seen it happen before, okay? So step one, we will do this, and then this, and then this. Okay. So the plan is... Einen Moment bitte. Where is my extra cauldron? Have you seen it? I could have sworn I had one special one laying around here somewhere. It's fine, we take this one. Okay, and we do this, Do not lick the dog. Do not lick the dog. The dog does not need to be licked. Silly chat. We do this. There, okay? Okay, we're doing good so far. Now, we take a dipstone block. Put this higher. Okay. I believe it needs one space, so that will go there. Okay. And now we do this. Boop. And we see if it works. Come. Und. This may work, we will see. I do not know if it needs to be higher. I think it might need to be higher, actually. Thank you for pulling a gun. Shout to defend me, defend my honor. Okay, we're going to try to push this up one block and see if that will make it work. Mm-hmm. Yes, we will see. Hopefully this works. And if it does, then we have all the lava I need. We will do 2 of them. Squid will save me. Thank you for saving me, Squid. I appreciate it. Do not eat the lava bucket, chat. You are not allowed to eat the lava bucket. That's fair. If it takes a while, then it takes a while. It is much faster than us just finding it, because I've been struggling to find it currently. It takes very little time, apparently. Wait, is this actually viable? This is so cool, actually. This is incredible. I do want to see if I can lower it by 1. So here's what we're going to do, okay? Still make it the same. If I can lower the cauldron just a tiny bit, I think it would look nicer to have the farther drip. So I will try this here. Draw the mask. I have done ASMR for the last 3 months. Have a good one, Andromeda. You've been good. They are just 2 different streams I do. There we go. And we're back. I hope that one works. If it does, this is perfect. Okay. I'm so excited. I hope that's working. Because there's a German voice redeem. If I'm ever doing an accent, it's due to a redeem. And there we go. Oh, hi, Keeper. What are you doing here? Have I been streaming long enough that Keeper's shown up? Oh, that's fun. I feel that, please. I believe in you. Vanya. It's true. Can't believe you keep her. I know. Wash pots and bullshit. Feel faster. Okay, so it's gonna take a while. I hope this one fails. Oh, I don't know. Vanya just keeps going in there. I haven't really asked. I don't question why they do what they do sometimes. I assume it's just something that they like doing. It doesn't necessarily have to make sense. Sometimes Vanya just be doing things. Sometimes Vanya just be do. I actually kind of liked when things were around that. I know what I'll do. Okay, we're gonna keep removing this here. Nice. Gene goop room. I like a little gene goop room. Wait, why are we storing my goop in a room? Is there a reason why it's in its own specific room? How much goop have you collected of mine that you have an entire goop room? Actually, I'm a little concerned right now. What do you mean, gene goop room? Scenario. Okay, if it's your goop room, does it have my goop in it? What is this goop room that we're talking about? Apparently there's a goop room. I know I haven't really heard much about it so far. I enjoy this. That's fair, the mods are always weird. You kind of get used to it eventually. Good morning, Spell. How you doing? Fill for me. Need new mods. That's fair. we're not replacing the mods. We're just getting more mods. They'll come soon. I'll be all excited for new mods. You need to be managed. It's true. It's true. You give off that need to be managed vibe. That's fair. There was quite a few applicants. Idea. Idea, 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 idea. Idea. Yes. Yes. I enjoy that. I think I'll slowly replace the signs. They look nice. Only do stay away from the evil surface. I have plans, Chad. I'll make this place look a lot nicer. I have not harvested my garden, actually. Suppose we could take a look at it. Oh, look at that. And there we go. Pick up the lovely beats. What you dancing about, Vanya? That was all green, right? So we'll do. Boof, boof. Hi, Ghost. How you doing? You what I'm not growing? I need carrots. Where'd my carrot? There they are. How's another watermelon here already? You yapped for 6 hours? That's crazy. Why would you do that? Bumpkin. No, fun. How was your stream? Did you enjoy it? Why are you back? Chat, it worked. Chat, it worked. Chat, it worked. Chat, it worked. Chat, it works. 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 Yes, 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 yes. That means we can lower this and it's gonna look cooler. Ah, excitement. Oh, why couldn't you read me? No, because of the ASMR, is that why? Valid. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. That happens. Hmm. There we go. Give me the dirt. Shoot. Hmm. There we go. Alright, we have our lava generator. So I don't need to go find lava anymore. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nah, it's fine. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I will need to cover them up though for now because I need to put the lava in the mold. Okay. All right, we have plans. Mm-hmm. Anyways, what was I doing here? Jungle Wind. Hmm. Nice. Might as well. No, no, a carrot. You like my setup? I also like my setup. Mm-hmm. There we go. Everything's going very nicely. That I don't like. Let's fix that real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. It does. And we'll make things prettier once I get the stuff I need to make the farm. Meanwhile, shall we go look for some? Actually, no, I guess. Oh, we also harvest. I think I would like to start making lanterns instead of torches. Hey, Carmia, do torches or lanterns give off more light? Do you know? Lanterns give off more light? Then I'll have to make lanterns. The restrictions are that I have 15 minutes at the beginning of the game to collect a bunch of resources as quickly as I can. And then I have to beat the rest of the game underground. I'm not allowed to go above ground. That's okay, sweetie. You're allowed to be sleepy. Relax. Mm-hmm. You know what the nice part is, chat? Jupiter, sweetie, how you doing? That if we make this lava generator work properly, which I might make this a lava generator actually, I'll always have more fuel for the fire. I don't need to get coal anymore. And that way the only lights that I will use. Jupiter's here. Joopy. Joopy. Well, that's cute. Good to know. Hi, Joopy. Can everybody say hi to Joopy? I think it's funny. And there we go. Right, we're gonna see what it takes to make a cauldron. I'm assuming something just like this, isn't it? No. This? No. This. Okay. Oh. Suppose that makes sense. Alright, first things first. Yup. Mm-hmm. Let's go find the dripstone. I really need to start sorting my boxes. There's this and there's that. Perfect. I know somebody's frustrated with the way I'm keeping all my boxes. And there we go. And whenever the forge is lit up, you know that it's time to go collect more lava. Sweet. That being said, I need something better back there. I want it to light up a little bit more. How am I going to do that? Don't know. We'll figure it out. Where's my torch? Torch. Is it like this? Oh, there it is. I like that. I'm still doing okay, yeah. The latest I can go is 10, and I'm having fun right now. I feel like I'm getting really close to getting to where I want to be. There you go, a lot better. That's what you like. Alright, let's do the first part of this. And there we go. Now we just need a few more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just stretching on you. Relax. if I do a, what if I do a, yes, 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 yes. Hi, Astral Rose. How you doing today? Our redeem should be more expensive. The goal of stretch is to get people to remind me to stretch. It is not for the pleasure people get out of it. That's why I have it on a timer. Though I think it's funny that people do enjoy the noises I make when I stretch. Oh, what? I feel a little bit judged there, Carmia. Oh, I think it's hilarious. I think it's the funniest thing that people enjoy my voice so much. Genuinely. No, that's legitimately the noises I make when I stretch. Because I hold my breath when I go, and I release it. Though I've never done anything to make them less how they sound, so I intentionally don't change the way I sound when I stretch, if that counts for anything. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Alright. We have the buckets, we have that, we have enough blocks. How are we doing on everything? You like the puppy grumbles? Well, I'm glad you enjoy my grumbles. Not that I'm a puppy. You'll get your own? What do you mean you'll get your own? Explain that to me. What's that mean? Grumble, 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 grumble. Mm-hmm. Ow, okay, well that was not smart of me. I forgot all about that. 1 second. There's a dump truck outside. And the trash man. I just go out and I throw all my trash around. If a woodchuck is a groundhog, then is the correct question how much ground could a groundhog ground? If a groundhog could ground, how much ground could a groundhog hog? If a groundhog could hog ground. The trash kind? The trash dump truck? What do you mean? Like a garbage truck? Do you have an? Is that your autistic special interest? Did we trigger something? How much iron do I have, chat? How much iron do I have? Oh, God, I gotta have more iron than that, don't I? Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Damn it. How is it made? How's it made? How's it made? Ah, Okay, a chest. I need a chest. That's what I need. I know what dump truck is. I don't know what kind of dump truck. It's a truck that dumps. Dump truck. One. Da-da-da-da. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need at least 4 of these. No, this would be so much easier if I just had the nether gate finished ready. What are you not explaining? I like you being you, kind, handsome, funny, and sweet. Overall, just amazing. Oh, sweetie, I appreciate that. Thank you for being so kind. Okay. Come on, come on. How much more do I need? Ugh, I need way more. Shpoop, shpoop, shpoop. It's a good start, though. Need at least 1 more. I have to have more iron somewhere. Kamiya can't pin, though. They are not a mod currently. I believe that's what they're saying. That may change. Enjoy your Minecraft, have fun. Doom, 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 doom. Are Oro or Vanya here right now? If not, Kamiya, would you mind typing real quick? I wanted to have a little bit more pomp and circumstance about it, but Kamiya is one of the 3 new people chosen to be a mod. So, everybody, welcome your new mod. But they're a very, very lovely and incredible person, so, be kind to them. Okay, so how am I going to do this? It's not the way I'm going to want it to be, but it'll do. Okay. Yes, okay. A very, very simple build, but it works. And you can see the matrix, oh no. Be careful, don't get lost in it. I know this is faster, but I think a standard forge might be better, actually. It's alright, Keeper. Never worry, never worry. Don't you ever feel bad for missing any of streams, okay? I tell this to everybody, but you especially. You have a whole ass life, you take care of people, you have a loving family, I mean... Don't you worry, okay, hon? And I mean this for everyone, not just Keeper. You'll have a life outside of stream, and that's okay. I will never expect you to give up your life for my stream. Actually, you know what? Fuck you. Give up your life. Kidding. Can you imagine? Ah, it doesn't work. Okay, what if I... That still works. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Thinking. I'll do. Mm-hmm. Good. I should probably go up another level, shouldn't it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. Mm-hmm. No, I don't like that. Close but no cigar. Sorry. That one was a bit much. I apologize. I like my bass too. I also enjoy my bass. I have gone ahead and modded Carmia because yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to do this and this. There we go. Mm-hmm. But I'll go through the rest of the rigmarole later. Welcome. And we have 2 other mods that have already been chosen that I'll be adding very soon. And there's that. Okay. A little bit of a... Oh yeah, Carmi actually gets access to the hose now. Thank you. They might be you, it's true. Potates. I like everybody. Yo, why do you always think I have favorites? Yeah, glad you enjoy it. Okay, I need more wood. We're almost there. Ooh, look what we have. Another block. I don't have favorites, Jet, even if you think I do. Okay. No. No. Oh, thank you for the follow, Polar Bear. Sorry I didn't notice it. I've been focusing a little bit. Where is what I'm looking for? I wish I could make things out of gold that I can make iron. Oh, don't be defeated. Why are you defeated? Are we fighting? Did I win? Wait. Chad, I won and I didn't even realize I was fighting. That's how good I am. Wood. Oh, damn. I didn't have to waste those. Oh, that's fair, I guess. I have hatred for no man, or woman, or child, maybe a few children. Why is that, Nikyo? Give me more bamboo, please. Thanks. Need more wood. I guess I could take this, but I kind of like that. Nah, fine. There we go. Too lazy to wait. Not lazy, impatient. Remember, chat, don't call yourself lazy when you mean something different. Lazy has been spoken too often to downplay people's issues. You aren't lazy. I got wood. Hi, Robin. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, now I need just enough iron. Let's go find some iron. God, it's dripping. If I were iron, where would I be? Hi, honeydew. I have been. Hello, glow siren. How you doing? Normally I don't go that long, but you know, it's been nice. You want me to take to the right? Okay. I'm assuming you meant here. 10 a.m. I've been here before. Iron. I'm doing very well, honeydew. I like saying your name. It's fun. Feels good to say. But dang it, I just like honeydew. Yeah, your little morning sugar snack. Now, there are a lot of people here today. The longest I've ever streamed as a VTuber? As a VTuber, the longest I've ever streamed has been probably like 8 hours maybe, at most. Ever, the longest I've ever streamed was 12 hours. And I felt awful afterwards. It was one of the worst experiences I've ever had. Especially for a person who kind of lacks a lot of stamina to begin with. There's a 10.5-hour VOD? Really? Oh, I wonder what I did. It's a trick to get people to call me. Oh, honey. Oh, my lovely, lovely Hannah. What a little sweetie pie you are. Alright, sorry, we'll start stream over. Actually, we're going to end stream real quick so we can start over just for Robin. I've lost my sword. There's my sword. And we're alright. Let's sneak on past here. Damn it, I need to put up some more torches. Alright, little scaly boy, come here. You're going first. You're next. And here you are. There you are, come here. Nah, I actually can't stop stream because I have a thing to do. I can only make it another 20 minutes, unfortunately, chat. Another 20 minutes is going to be as far as I can make it today because I have D&D after that in an hour. And I need at least an hour to rest before D&D. Vanya's jealous, that's why. And look at that. Oh, I love when this happens. Yeah, I'm a DM. I'm actually thinking about running some viewer. Vanya, you know I love you. I'm thinking about running some viewer. Why am I doing Southern? I'm thinking about running some viewer games at some point. Teaching people how to play. Or maybe we'll do like a whole workshop. I might see if I can get Dar involved in that. I think he might enjoy it. Of course we'd pay Dar because Dar would be doing me a service on, running like a DM course. Because Dar's done that before, by the way, chat. Dar's been a full-on paid DM. That's a lovely streamer. Can we get a shout-out for Dar, actually? He doesn't do any D&D content currently, but he is great. Oh, hey, there's Dar. We get a shout-out for Dar. Dar might have been here the entire time, chat. He's that sneaky, stealthy mod that you never know when they're there or not. But when they're needed, they come out. Oh my god. Well, panic time. We're gonna swap to blocks. Pull out the blocks. So that Katamir doesn't know that she was right the whole time. Eat some of this. We're gonna hide. Okay. Don't you dare say it, Katamir. Don't you say it. That should be good. There we go. Oh, damn. Well, let's not be stupid for a few seconds here. Okay, we're okay. All's good, all's good. Aura doesn't need help. Aura's fine. Got my blood pressure up a little bit. Cause I've been really liking this one. You know, it's not much of an issue to lose the worlds. It's more of an issue to be in the process of losing them, you know? Because when they're gone, they're gone. So the stress is there until they're gone. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. Okay. That ought to do. What was I needing iron for again, chat? See, right, we're making, okay. I think that should almost be done, actually. Oh, that's so cool. Leon, if it's amazing, let me know, okay? Oh, god damn it. Silent Gibbets, I hadn't noticed this until now. I really do appreciate you, though. So we got 5 minutes of this voice. And there we go. Alright, how we doing? One of these there, perfect. Grabbing this, grabbing that. Alright, pop that open. 1, 2, 3. 3 more. 3 more, chat. No, this one ain't filling up at all, is it? Mm-hmm. 3 more and I'm going to hell. You right about that one. Well, keeping the diamond for pickaxes, because it's a lot more important right now. Thank you, Ocean. Appreciate it. There we go for that. Got that. Perfect. I'm grabbing all of this. Can I burn straight bamboo? Chat, I have a question. Can bamboo be burned as a fuel source? We're gonna try something. If it don't, then it don't. But if it do, then I might have an idea. There's no way, chat. You know what we can make? We can make a bamboo auto farm that's just gonna keep my forge going forever. And we also have have a separate bamboo farm. It ain't gonna be very efficient, but it'll work. Thank you so much for the follow, honey. And Millie, I appreciate both of you so much. Oh, it's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so cool. I'm excited. Alright. Planks. Do. Perfect. And now I just need a little bit more and we're good. Ah, that's so cool. So cool, so cool, so cool. Minecraft is a great game, chat. I don't know what anybody says, but Minecraft is a really great game. The layers upon layers upon layers of stuff you can do. I just need 9 more wood. Well, bamboo, sorry. Do I not have any wood anywhere? I can't believe I have no wood. What is this insanity? You think I'll put some back there? Could be, could be. I was putting bamboo there earlier. None this time. That's alright. I just need 2 more. I'm taking this one. 2. Damn it, I need 1 more. Alright, I'm just gonna wait. Alright, 1 more. Sorry, I mean 2 more. 2 more. Oh, come on, lava bucket. You know you want to fill up faster than that. Takes so long. There it is. That's what we needed. Yeah, if you catch droplets, it will fill a bucket with lava eventually. Apparently it's been a thing for a while. People usually use it for potion generators, because you can fill it with potion or something. I think. But, yeah. And now, well, bam. Now you know what that means, chat. Load all our minerals in one. No. Oh, you gotta tell me what you're waiting for. If you don't tell me what you're waiting for, I can't respond. So first, off, I'm such a cute little puppy. No, I only do solo worlds. And yeah, there you go. I did a little hand thing that I know you want for some reason. Alright. Sweet. What are we gonna do here? I got very confused right now. A dog who gets paid in points, apparently. I'm not a dog. Still not a dog. Not a dog yet. Ain't true. Can't prove it. We're so close. I just need 2. Come on, give me 2. Give me 2. I have 5 minutes left before. It is funny, ain't it? There's one. You have original or... I don't know what you mean. Minecraft? But this is one that I purchased. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. Come on, fill out the bucket already. Why are you taking so long? I just need one more. Oh, yeah. I got a legacy copy somewhere, but I don't use that one. Oh, I use something Forge. So you can do it with mods and stuff. Come on, fill. You can do it, I believe in you. Yeah, I use Cursed Forge. I only have 3 minutes, still gotta wrap up. Bill Nye, the Science Guy. We're so close, chat. We're so close. The millennial lure. I don't think I've ever heard it called that. That's funny. I have iron. I have gravel. Why? It's not on me right now. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. There it is. Single one of these is gonna work. I know one of them's gonna come out. Fine. You know what I'll do? We'll harvest. We'll harvest the farm. That. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now we throw them potatoes on there. 1, 2, do. Bow. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. Why didn't I do it like this? Bam. No. And now we do there. There's the beetroot. And now I need carrot. And one of these. One of these. Lovely. All right. That'll do. There we are. Nice. Alright. Which one of you's done? Damn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. What you gotta be done? Come on. Can I say bees? Yeah, I can say bees. We can be bees. Chad, did you know we can be bees? We can be bees, chat. We can be bees. Good news, everybody. We can be bees. We can be bees. Good news. We can live 30 years. We can be bees. No. Oops. I was just getting frustrated and I don't want to deal with that. Kiddo was just looking for somebody to play Minecraft with. But he can find that somewhere else. Come on, come on, come on. Chat, I'm not ending stream until we have the lava. Once I have the lava, then we're ending stream. I need to finish this gate. I need to finish it. It's so close. It is so close, and I am not letting this go. Then we can go in the nether next stream, but... I know. I'll take a little break. I have a whole hour. I just need one. Just one. Is that so much to ask for? I got a bag for it. Come on, please, 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 please. Please give me the damn lava. Please give me... Am I still doing Southern Voice? Wow, Southern Voice was 19 minutes ago. I've been stuck in that. Okay. Please give me the water. Please, 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 please. Not the water, the lava. Come on, give it to me. Please. Why is this so difficult? Come on. Give me lava. The forge one doesn't like me at all. What if I built that one wrong? Okay, maybe I left it. Now it's gonna do it because I left. Give me lava. Come on. Ah, I knew it. I knew it, you bastard. It was. There we go. We'll make that look prettier later. But for now, shall we ready? There we go. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? Come on, come on. Something good, something good, something good, something good, something good. No, but you need gold armor so the pigs won't attack you. If you wear gold armor, the pigs won't attack. Okay, not the best. Oh, hey, look, trees. Not the best, not the worst. There's quartz. Quartz. Glowstone, hell yes. You gotta have drip. It's drip or drown, baby, drip or drown. Okay, quartz. Glowstone. Thank you for the follow, Jim Picks Fantasy. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you. Okay. Glowstone. Sweet. And where's the nether gate again? There it is. Leaf. Alright, we've done it, chat. We've done it. Amazing. Oh, this is gonna be so good. I have glowstone. I have... No, first I need to make glowstone. And then I can make a lantern. Which I don't remember how that's made. How do I... Something like this? There it is. And then I can... There's so much stuff I can do now, chat. And this I want to do real quick because of this. Okay. Alright. Now it is time to be... I keep typing later. Oh. And now we have the time. We'll build the farms. We'll build the auto smelter. We'll finish that off. We'll build a few things. So lovely people. I hope you had a good time today. Let's go to the better scene. It was a great stream. I know it went a lot longer than expected, and I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me 4 hours. Now, there is a plan for doing a 24-hour stream when we do the fundraiser for the new model. That's going to be down the road. We're working our way there. So, you can be ready for that. But this was a lot of fun indeed. I know, I really liked that. I can't believe we're doing so well with it. Okay, I'm gonna take an hour before I go do some D&D. So I'm gonna go brew myself a cup of tea, make some food. Did you all have a good time? Any requests next time? Any complaints? Any way I can make this a better streaming experience for all you all? I'll wake up a little bit. A little stretchy stretch. You want more grumbles? You had a lot of fun. You don't have to say bye that quickly, chat. We're gonna go slow. When I have time, we're gonna do slow endings. Because I don't want you all to feel like you're rushed out of here. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. I'll give you a little time to adjust. Oh, I'm so excited to see more of that world, honestly. It's gonna be a lot of fun. As long as I don't do something stupid. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can find anything nice to raid into right now, and that's an AI. We are not raiding into an AI chatbot. In fact, that should probably be banned off of this platform. Let's see. Yeah. No, no one that I'm not interested in. Yeah, looks like we'll raid into shrimps. Wait, let me check out this person real quick. They are reading SCPs, chat. They're reading SCPs? Okay. Alright. We're doing this one. Oh, whoops, I messed up. One sec. So, copyright message, chat. I appreciate you all so very, very much. And I'll be back later on today. I hope you all have a fantastic day. Bye for now.